Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our Siberia Gulag run challenge. Struggling. Started tapping into our loan capacity, and yeah, we'll have to see what will happen. What we are going to do this stream, we're going to finish researching our pollution reduction. We still have 2 points to do. University education seems to be going all right now. Still at, we're only at 20% highly educated workers. No, we shouldn't do the research yet. This isn't done yet. This has to continue. Plus, we do have our student hall now. So people will be able to study longer than the age of 21 if there's housing available. But what else are we going to do? Well, I think we need to continue building up our population, and I think we need to build towards the bauxite. In our case, the gravel. Last time we fiddled around a lot with the gravel processing. And I think it was the right choice. Well, I definitely want to build a more efficient gravel processing setup. This is like useful for construction for our own consumption. We could leave it for that, run it with our own people. Even then, I think I would like start tearing it down again and put like a normal gravel processing plant with a loading station on this side instead. Then I can hook it up with a road over here. Yeah, this is pretty painful. But for now, at least we have some gravel that we can export and or use domestically with prisoners. Still think the time would probably be better spent inside the clothing factory. But importing gravel is also kind of annoying because it will keep driving up the gravel price. What are you doing with gravel? Oh, you're exporting, right. I'm wondering if I should set up more trucks. Because right now we have some downtime. The processing is quite quick. Mainly because of the slow loading speed, I guess. Maybe loading from here would be faster. We'll give it a try again. It's a little bit further away, but I think the loading directly inside the quarry is really fast, which makes this whole thing obsolete again. Well, we'll see. Replace the storage with a loading station instead. Get rid of all of this. Put a loading station here. Would be about the same. But then we don't have a buffer. I don't know. Well, I think we have to keep working on our situation. This would probably allow us to get a road connection to the Western Customs House in some fashion, where we could get the remaining US dollars and try and use them as rubles instead. So that bridge should probably be built up. Okay, and we'll upgrade this to gravel. Now the construction vehicles can go to any of these and build them up if they want to. With an asphalt road this might not be ideal, but for a gravel road it's fine because they just dump the gravel onto the construction site and go back. With an asphalt road they would stay on the site until the asphalt has been used up, which could lead to issues if you have too many construction tasks running at the same time. I will also tell the construction office that is managing footpath constructions to help with the construction of roads. But I should set it to pick up gravel from our quarry. Or, well, our processing plant's loading station. Same for the export distribution office. You pick up gravel from here instead. Which means I can't tell you to load only at 50%, I think. No, I can. Okay, it's directly connected. It will work. It should work. Right, gravel storage is empty. We can get rid of that one. Very nice. And you are now set to the new gravel pickup point as well. While this road is being built, I guess we could plan out what I want. And what I want is a gravel production area that is hooked up to the rail line. So we can load gravel by train and export it by train, because that is going to be more efficient. And that gravel production line will have to be run by prisoners. So it doesn't need to be overly large. It will have its own storage, which will be hooked up to a aggregate loading station. We will set all of that up in this area. And then the settlement will be over here, sending prisoners. Well, a prison will be set up here, running the two facilities, the quarry and the production line. And we'll be using the large quarry again, because that made a lot more sense with the prisoners. We'll have a high efficiency gravel quarry in this area. That seems very good. Yeah, I guess we'll be going for this one. There won't be any mechanisms available for flattening right now, because they're all on construction duty. Oh, I'm incorrect. Looks like there's a bulldozer here. I need to get rid of the trees so I can see stuff. And the bulldozer tool is a lot better than this one, which doesn't have as much range. It's more precise, but I don't need precision. I need large scale, no trees in this area. Alright, so quarry would be here, road connection. This will be really annoying to flatten out, but maybe we can set it up with the runway. Cannot take off. Okay. This might not be easily possible with this, because the hills are so tall that it doesn't want to flatten. So I guess we'll have to flatten it with a building directly. Once we have an excavator available. The gravel processing plant would be... I think we would have a storage in between too, so we can see the balance between things. If we run full on quarried stone, then we can increase the amount of workers inside the gravel processing plant and vice versa. So we have a little... Do I really need that? It feels kind of unnecessary. I don't know. I'll probably set it up. Just for planning purposes. We're also expected to be using some of these connections for an asphalt and concrete plant. Could also be prisoner run. I will set up just a quarry on this side, just so I won't be able to. No excavator. I was going to say I would set it up just so I remember I need it, but of course I need it. Something along the lines of this, and then the quarry over here. Simple storage. And then I think we would have an extra storage for processed gravel, where the industries would hook up to, the asphalt and concrete plant. And then the export would directly come from the conveyor distributing it between the two. Because we could use that for prioritization. We could tell prioritize domestic gravel first, so we always have some in storage. And then the rest goes to export. And I should, I guess... I guess I would need 2 storages then. Because I would want to have a storage for gravel as well, so it can build up when the train is away and not let the building be idle. I mean, the internal storage of the gravel processing plant is also there. Gotta keep that in mind. 380 tons. Okay, no, you have the loading issues up here because we're producing too slowly. Forget that. Go back here. That doesn't make any sense. Export vehicles should be here, allowed to go through, but not here. So now they can go this way, load from this, and go back. This should make our export a lot more efficient. I guess I could use a dedicated vehicle, but then we might run out of gravel. for domestic consumption, which I don't want. In this case here, I think we have the rail line come down from this hill. That would be a sufficient amount of distance. Have a storage on this side, gravel loading, aggregate loading, and then the gravel for domestic consumption we would use over on this side. And a small aggregate loading station for trains. Could also set it up here, I guess. That would be over 300 meters long easily. There's no real plan to have it go inwards. Don't think that makes any sense. But if we wanted to, we could have a short turn here and bring it out to the rail line on this side and let it go both directions. Which I guess could be useful if we intend to use gravel for other production chains. Why is happiness so low? I mean, it's 5 points below what I expect it to be. Here seems to be okay. This house is fairly low. No complaints except culture. I am tempted to give them an outdoor culture building that doesn't require anything except electricity, which would be very cheap. And it is usable for a reasonable amount of time throughout the year. I just don't want to give them like a culture building that is usable for the whole year. But this should help quite a bit and be quite cheap to build. House of Culture would be the other option, which is cheaper in steel, but other materials are more... We need more of those. What's that? I mean, there's so few people living here, I guess I just give them a House of Culture. It's fine. Make the people happy, make us less susceptible to death spirals if possible. It's 300 meters long. That would do fine for a train to wait here. I'm okay with that. And then we would have our storage for domestic consumption. Isn't this one? Oh, this way. Right. The other one is elevated. There we go. Slightly off to the right side here. Okay. Gotta be really precise. Fire station in the area, protecting all of our investment. Fire station doesn't have to be run by prisoners, because it can't. And then we need like aggregate loading on this side, asphalt and concrete plants on these sides. Basically, this storage would have the higher priority. If it runs full, it can go to the export storage and then be used for export. So this one is still open. How it will be set up, I think it's fairly likely that it will be set up this way. This seems to be the direction this is going. Now we'll have to set it up with the quarry. Electricity, water, sewage should all be shareable between one substation. This area is not that large. No bus stop here, so we can only send a bus route directly to the fire station, I think, to bring workers to it. Not accidentally put normal workers in the production facilities. We still need the aggregate loading, asphalt and concrete plant. I don't think I need them right away, but I think setting them up is a good idea to not forget about them. This way, if the vehicle leaves, it would leave on the right side and not get in the way of any other vehicle except maybe a maintenance or a fire truck. So I think this makes the most sense to have it set up this way. It would go on the right side, do a left-hand turn and stay on the right side. Court overwhelmed? Are you kidding me? Or, okay, we're running out of... No, we do have some highly educated workers, they're just not showing up in the courthouse, it looks like. That is not a lot of cases, but there's no judges showing up here. Let's relocate some people to make it possible that we do keep our criminals. It was only 3 cases, it's okay. Good thing we had the early warning set up. But yeah, it's not a death spiral yet. Just some cases that ran out of the system. Okay, so water and sewage is necessary, electricity is necessary, heating I don't need. I still need the quarry itself. That will be a bunch of digging that needs to be done. We'll have to have a road connection across. Then we can use this as the connection road for the settlement. I tried following the terrain and make it look a little bit more realistic, but I think just going straight here into a right-hand turn is fine. Okay. Not enough sellers to restock the shelves. What is going on, game? Are we losing population? Oh my god. Why do we have so many deaths? What's going on? Why are we in a death spiral? Is it food? Can't be food. Is it heating? No, it's warm outside. Jesus. Maybe some migrants are dying? Is that like we just have our initial migration wave dying off? Birth rate is pretty even to death rate last year. This year it's going down heavily. I'll probably put some migrants in just to try and compensate. Man. That is expensive. is incorrect. We need it for 5 years, not for half a year. We can't repay it that quickly. That looks better. Okay, are we seeing anything in relation to like gravel exports being noticeable? Not really, but at least we don't have to import gravel anymore. %10 of the price of steel, not going to happen anymore. And maybe concrete and asphalt will take the same path, so we'll still have to import bitumen, which is cheap. And cement, which is not cheap because well, cement is coal and what else was it? Coal and gravel is expensive, so cement will be slightly more expensive than normal. Cheaper because of coal being cheap, but more expensive because gravel is being expensive. Okay, looks like we have a little bit of a crime wave. We're running our police stations at higher capacity, but we don't have the population right now to actually run them. Yeah, I need to reduce the amount of workers inside the prison. We don't need that many in here right now. We'll need to run the people through the school education, get them ready to work. All new migrants, that is. Hopefully this will stabilize. I'm not sure why we had that population decline. Let's make sure it's not related to waste in any way. Shouldn't be. Okay, it looks like maybe the large waste truck is a little bit... It's not picking up the waste, what? Why is this set to 1 kilometer? Oh, I changed it because of the snowplows. That doesn't make any sense. You have to pick up the waste over here. Go forth. That could have been bad. Meat is going to run out, giving us a complaint. Because there's not enough sellers working inside the grocer. Which will hopefully be corrected once the new migrants run through the school education. I don't want to spend rubles on migrants, but I might maybe have to. Let's get 60 migrants. Some of them will have a higher education. But I just want some fresh migrants to work in the grocery store. So the meat can be restocked. They can still get things at the kiosks, which are also overworked. Maybe they are having problems. It's propagating through all of the kiosks. I think we only have one grocery kiosk, and that seems to be running into problems. Ah, there we go. Enough workers now. Good. Maybe I need another kiosk. So happiness went down. Maybe the food system got overloaded. Did it undergo maintenance recently? It is at 3%. It could be that when it underwent maintenance, we didn't have enough food selling locations. I'll set up a food kiosk in this corner. Okay, not a lot of students here right now. We'll lower the amount of workers in the university, I guess. %24 higher education. We did get a lot of migrants to set it that way. Let the university do its thing for now. Oh my god, that's a lot of patients from the migrants. Well, hopefully some doctors show up here. Good, good. A little bit of longer waiting time is okay. Once the migrants have increased their health, that queue will go down again. Then we'll have our settlement. Another heating plant. Surrounded by... We need to run the fire station. Did I want anything else in the area? I don't think so. I mean, a repair station is what I was considering. Not sure how far we can go with the repair station if it can keep all vehicles in the area in mind. We'll have to wait until... Well, I guess we do have the dirt road, so it does show us exactly how far it can reach, not further than this. So a repair station here would make sense. Let me... the road after the bridge I don't think is going to be gravel for now. I'm just going to try and make a path to the customs house. Which is going to be quite ridiculous, I think. Just so we have a connection. We are going this way. I have to get an excavator here, or a bulldozer to flatten this out so I can dig across, build across. Other option would be to go to this side, but don't want to really do that. So that one will have to flatten out. I could build a very tiny wooden bridge here. That might look kind of cool. I think I'm up for that kind of silliness. That is kind of funny to me. It just requires 7.5 tons of wood. No concrete, no nothing. That's perfect. Yeah, we'll do that. And then we have to find a way to get to our area here. The plan is to head along this way around the mountain and then find a way to, I think, go this way and through here. So we have to go into that direction and hope that we can get up this mountain with a dirt road. Seems unlikely. Any other path? Let me check the map. I mean, the other idea is to go all the way around here. All through this side. This side seems possible. I don't think without flattening. It's also quite far away. Oh boy. Is this a road I want to make uphill here and then downhill on this side? Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Yes, yes, you wants it. I needs it. That is going to be replaced with tunnel later. That is going to be such a silly climb. That would also be a very massive tunnel. Huge mountain in the way. One option. Option A. Option... is that an option? This was like my first instinct. We could do a silly mountain road. Oh, it's such terrible terrain. What about this one? Oh, it's just a wall of mountain. I love it. I bet someone is going to spend, like, the game paused for 12 hours and flattens all the mountains away, just to have a flat area to build on. Challenging terrain being replaced with taking a long time to flatten out. You know, I think I could use the airfield trick to make a hill, make a way up the mountain. I think it might be possible. I'm also looking at the mountain the wrong way. We shouldn't be looking for these lines to drive up. We should be trying to hug the mountain and go up it sideways. So we drive along the mountain, not up the mountain. So that's how I should be looking at this. We need a way for somewhere to start and then drive along it and slowly climb up. And in the same way we should be able to use that to slowly climb down sideways, I think. But that's really awkward here. It is just so steep. Serpentine, serpentine. I don't know. This is very rough terrain. Maybe it would be best to just go around all the way on the outside. That is no. Go through here and then up again. It's going to be multiple bridges, I think, to make the way across this. And we have to find a way to get down with bridges as well. Maybe we can have a settlement up on this hill. I think the way down is here, down over to this, and then down this way. So we need a connection. Oh, we need a connection down here. This is terrible terrain. This is going to take a while to figure out. I could involve terraforming vehicles. I probably have to get an excavator and a bulldozer over to do some terraforming. But I think we're gonna go up here on this ledge. And then up here, along the mountain, up here, and then down this way. Would the cost be worth it? I mean, bridges are cheap and all, but maybe we can't get to the western border. Maybe the whole idea to get to the western border right now is foolish. Maybe we should just build a tunnel right away and let it dig out very, very slowly. I don't know. I think we need the bridge, definitely. I'm not sure. I think the food caused our death wave. Yeah, when this building undergoes maintenance, I think it's causing problems. So we need to fix our food situation by having another kiosk. I hope that the maintenance is fine next time. That is too much. Maybe if we had our own boards production. Oh, gravel prices. approaching 3 times the starting price. Quarried stone, don't wait until loaded, bring it here. Can't wait until unloaded either, otherwise we might block all of the parking spaces. No, we're not gonna do that. We will wait until unloaded once and then go back to storage. Too much driving around. I mean, with regular workers it would be easy to have a bus stop nearby. But with prisoners? No, not possible. Maybe maybe I will leave this one here. Maybe I'll get rid of the large truck, because this one has a lot more acceleration going. Wait loaded, wait unloaded, yeah. Let's replace the large truck, because it drives so slowly. Sell the rest and then go to storage, please. This might be the better option. I mean, it will load slower, I think, than the quarried stone is being used up. Then maybe it makes sense to have it loaded up here and wait until loaded. Let's try that again. And use the waited until loaded checkbox. It's gonna make its way up here, wait until loaded, load as fast as they're producing basically. And this would become obsolete. We could empty it out and demolish it again. But then we don't have a buffer. Do we want faster loading or do we want a buffer? Look how fast this thing is loading. Yeah, that is like perfectly fine now. I guess we'll export from the buffer. If it runs too full, we'll export this instead. If it's over 50%, we'll export quarried stone as well. Very little downtime. I like it. Then we have a lot more gravel for domestic consumption because this production is more efficient, and we have an overflow with the storage, I guess, for export. So this production facility also doesn't really stop producing and just puts it into the overflow. Having a slight bit of profit would be nice. But it's all being eaten up by the loan repayments and eventual building maintenance as well. Oh yeah, and this has 20 tons of internal storage. That's also not terrible. Okay, drop in as many workers as you want here. If you bring more than 2, that's fine. This will overflow at like 5 tons into the other storage. At some point it goes here. Still so obsessed with the gravel production with prisoners. I mean, this is our construction material now, we're not importing that anymore. Instead we're importing meat. Okay, expensive. Our next settlement has to have the party HQ because I do need distribution offices. I do not want to make the scraggly run into one where I have to set up everything with lines. It would probably work, but we are running quite a tight ship, and having vehicles drive around to keep everything supplied would also not work because it would use up too much money for the slight amount of profit we're trying to get. Yeah, I might demolish this, I don't think. Well, the overflow is still okay. If we produce at some point a lot more, then it's there, but most of the people should go to the clothing factory. Same argument. It's easier to transport and produce. It might be time to lay down some asphalt road. I think this is not going to change much. This is just going to stay as scraggly as it has been set up. We can have an asphalt road go up into the settlement. Probably enclose the bus stop, but leave the rest as gravel until we decide to have more in the area. And then an asphalt road along this path. To speed up logistics a bit and make the W50 trucks that we want as replacement vehicles for our existing ones a little bit more sensible, because they can go 80 kilometers an hour. We will need a paver and roller for this, which I don't have yet. Okay, let's see. W50, and who can carry you? W50, perfect. W50 it will be. Oh my god, those queues. %, highly educated workers. With the student hall we can have a delay basically. We will at minimum always have 85 people that can finish their education even after the age of 21. I don't think I can finish the pollution research before winter, so this winter they will have to do without. Please save our rail construction office, thank you. You will keep it covered, and the large truck will extinguish it much faster. More workers. Okay, let's lay down some asphalt road. I can relocate this dump truck for that purpose. It's going to be able to carry a lot of asphalt and not do anything else for now. Okay, slowly building the asphalt road. That is fine. Bridge is also being built. I'm using all of that gravel currently for domestic, like road construction. So I don't even need to use the prisoners that much. Okay, this is too many. Let's use 3 at most. Would there be any profit in producing bricks? Coal is cheap. Brick production itself. 33 coal into 51 bricks, so we're getting more bricks out of it. 33 to 51. So around 700 we spend. I'm not gonna get the calculator out. 33 times 24.24. 800. And then bricks was 51. I mean, the brick price is already higher than the coal price, so since we're getting more bricks out of it, that would just be a gain even without calculating it. But 51 times 38.48 is 1,900? So we're importing resources for 800 and we're exporting them potentially for 1,900. Coal price is going up. That's not good. I guess I'll set up a brick factory. Needs more workers. I mean, I guess I can use it for domestic production or I can use it for export. I have to make a decision. But importing bricks right now is very, very expensive comparatively. Thankfully we're not using much of it. Man, the lack of workers is... I don't know what to do. How much... If we make like a tenth of that, we would make 100 per day. And need 7 workers. It needs a lot of workers. Maybe this is going to be the area of another large prison here. Running this plus a brick factory for overflow if we have too many prisoners. Which is unlikely going to happen, but might as well plan for it. We don't need a lot of storage. It has 56 tons of internal storage. Do we use a rail connection? I think so. Brick factory here. Cargo train station here. Connection back to this line. Maybe an external storage. I think I'm gonna increase sentences again. I wanna see if this might increase our prison population. Oh, I'm already running maximum sentences, never mind. Then we are fine. We're back to 44 prisoners, which is looking okay. Gravel production looks decent. Coal for a heating plant, okay. You don't need to do that. I think the trucks has it covered, but sure. Oh, you are the truck. I thought you were from a distribution office. I'm incorrect. Never mind. Go do that then. In the meantime, we'll keep building up our roads here. I have to find a way to lay a dirt road across. This should help in winter if the road clearing isn't done well. We could tell I think we could tell our snowplows to not focus on asphalt roads, because in winter they would still be reasonably fast on asphalt roads even without the clearing. But I think it would still save us fuel if we keep doing it. Oh, we don't really need it. Okay, bridge's foundation has been laid down. Now they're building the pillars, the wood framing. No idea how they're gonna do that in the water. But if they were already able to pour concrete into the water to lay down the foundation, then I guess that shouldn't be a problem. Everyone should be able to visit the Gallery of the Art every now and then to deal with their demand for culture, for an attraction building, besides that of an indoor pool. Are we gonna build the train track? Build the outer line, build both of these. We could do with only one in the beginning to unload and then reload the lumber. So I guess we'll only build this one where the wood is being transported to in the beginning. Skip this one. So it would go here, unload, and then wait until unloaded, and then load whatever lumber is there to pick up and then bring to the border. That would be a separate train with new train cars, and it would get in the way of the... Well, no, it would be the same train. Never mind. It would just go here, unload, and then hope that the sawmill can keep up. Okay, it might be time to start building towards this. We will also need the prison for that. I don't want to use foreign workers. Do I need another grocer? Is this like showing me that what the hell are you doing with your food distribution? Oh my god. Or do I just need to tell this house to send workers to the grocer before the prison? Make sure that the grocer is always filled. The technical university is now running into this issue again, but we are okay with this. Because we can wait a very long time while they get an education. And I think we can also run the checkbox again. But do we need to? I think we should. Because I think it would prioritize our people inside the student hall over time. Yeah, I think we should use that. Still at 25 highly educated workers, 25%. Okay, keep this building fully staffed. We don't have enough workers here in general. And I don't want to risk another unhappiness spiral. People are already complaining about not having access to food, and that is the recipe of such a disaster. The kiosks will help if there's maintenance, otherwise we need to keep this fully staffed. It should be able to handle all of these houses plus the students. Should be fine with that. How are we looking with highly educated workers on that area? Doesn't look too bad. I need to reassign the source of boards, otherwise this is not going to work. I just demolished it but didn't reassign it. So maybe a brick factory here. A large prison, I think. Large prisons are mostly bricks anyway, so if we have a brick factory we could make our own prisons. 420 tons of bricks. I'm debating with myself if I want to use brick production domestically or if I want to set it up where I'm exporting it. Ideally I would want to export it because of the lack of money that we have, but I'm not 100% sure that makes sense because we're lacking workers and we have enough industries to fill with more prisoners already. But we do have reached a new milestone, 50 prisoners. Nice. That is now exactly a third of the workforce that I was hoping for in the clothing factory. Meaning like 50 workers per shift. But right now, most of them are going into other facilities like the gravel production. $4,000 from gravel this year. What's the wood price like? It's still 13 US dollars. Okay. Bridge production, bridge construction. Ongoing. We might not go to the western border just yet. We might have to set up the bauxite facility first. I did want to set up gravel before that, which we will do. And then I guess the next settlement would be bauxite. And we would have our rail line go across here into the settlement, probably on the left side. Maybe the right side makes sense, right side of the bridge. Go up here. Some way. Settlement taking care of the fire station and the staffing of the prison. And then the prison taking care of the labor. This will take a few workers off of the large prison, but it should balance itself evenly. Just hope I have enough workers in general in this area. The houses seem to be filled, except that one. Because that one is only supposed to take highly educated workers. So we make sure that if this area runs full of workers, there's always still room for highly educated workers to move in. Like if our other settlement fills up completely. Which it hasn't yet. We kinda need the pollution reduction research for that to happen. Alright. We need microbuses again to bring workers to the rail construction office. Or personal cars. Personal cars would also be fine for workers. Personal cars are cheap. Doesn't have to be a bus. 3 personal cars with the eventual asphalt road that we will have here, I think sounds like a good idea. Go here twice, wait until you have any educated worker. And then bring them to... Actually no, only... Yeah, twice is fine. And then bring them down here. With line spacing. Still no bus end station. So single rail line loop built through here. And hopefully we can run the sawmill. This one, I think. Which one did I pause? This one, right? Yeah. So we're building the inner loop with the unloading station. I mean, it doesn't matter which side loads or unloads. But in the beginning we'll just unload and load whatever is there. We'll have like 2-3 workers running the sawmill. And then if we have extra prisoners, we can set up a logging camp and start putting them there as well. Especially one in the inner area of this compound. So the sawmill should hopefully always have resources to do something. Excellent, yeah. did plan the road very close to this rail line to not have any connection to anything else. But we could have a road go across here, and then the prisoners would be sent on their way from here across the train tracks into a logging camp here and a logging camp on this side, which would be directly connected to the storages. I mean, we could also directly connect it to the sawmill. It doesn't have to be in the storage. Could also connect one here and use a little bit of storage capacity to hold like wood that then this logging camp can also put in. We could have 4 logging camps in the area. And I think we can have 4 prisoners working them. What if I connect this logging camp to this logging camp? Would this logging camp then put the resources into the storage of this logging camp? Because then I don't need to connect it to this storage. Then I would just like chain the logging camps basically together. Like that basically. You have 3 logging camps chained together. Maybe we can test it with these 2 logging camps and see if it works. Because then you could always connect 3 logging camps together next to a sawmill. Because these 2 would produce into this logging camp, which is then connected to the sawmill. So you have like 3 logging camps together. Which means you could have... how many logging camps? This is 5 connections times 3, so you could have 15 logging camps on this sawmill by that logic. That would like use up a logging sawmill's capacity, right? 15 logging camps should probably do it. We'll try it out with these 2, and if it works, I'll just hook this up directly to this logging camp and leave the storage. Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, I like that idea. 15 logging camps. Does that work? I don't really have a flat area to try it out, but... man, that makes me want to set up a logging camp with that idea. A sawmill with that idea. 15 logging camps attached to it. Okay, there was a reasonably flat area over here. Let's see if we can, like... conceptualize that idea, because I'm interested. Alright. So you start with a sawmill, and then you need to hook up 15 logging camps to it. If my math isn't off. So the first one would be on... no, it could be more. It could be more than 15, because you can hook up to 3 logging camps to this. So it would be 4 times 5, so it would be 20 ideally. But I think we're getting a little bit into ridiculous territory. So the idea was... this way. And then you use this connection to get more logging camps hooked. I mean, you're gonna run into issues with the road connections, I assume. At some point. Plus they're also not gonna find enough wood to like find things to chop down. But this is like the concept, like you can have a lot of logging camps chained together. If this works, if these produce and also store it in here. If this doesn't push the wood over, then it wouldn't work. So I will try this first with the 2 logging camps that I have set up, just to see if it could be a good concept to chain logging camps together. Would be nice, because if you have the sawmill here, a logging camp here, a logging camp here, and here, you could spread out the logging camps a little bit. because the factory connections are not that short. Oh, we're losing so much money. I don't know. I mean, our total amount borrowed is going up, whereas our maximum amount that we can borrow is staying at around 2.5 million. And if we increase our population, then I guess it's gonna stay that way. Because loan capacity is linked to your population count, as far as I know. We're probably also getting to the point in this area now where we might reach the limit of our trucks being able to supply coal to the heating plants without requiring an external storage. I'm thinking of planning this settlement out with a train delivering coal along it to the heating plant. So we would have the heating plant on this side and an unloading station for coal, which would make a lot of sense, especially because we also wanted to have a brick factory in the area. So we'd have to import coal for both the heating plant and the brick factory by train. And then, yeah, have a nice storage for both, with the priority being the heating plant. We have to make sure no one works inside the prison, otherwise they're gonna send prisoners here already, which would be too early. I'll probably pause the construction. As soon as all the resources are here, I'll pause the construction, if I don't forget. Can the roads be really close to sawmills? Logging camps? Yes, they can. Excellent. And theoretically, you need to have your workers come from the prison. And by theoretically, I mean for a fact. So we don't need to go across the train tracks. The workers will just go off here and into the logging camps. Which could lead to the situation that the train actually stands in the way. So that doesn't make much sense. I guess that is one of the downsides of prisoners. Otherwise we could have a bus and they would just walk across the train tracks through the train. Both of these lines could have very long trains waiting. I guess we would say that this is the delivery area for wood, so the train waiting until loaded wouldn't wait that long. How to avoid crime death spiral? No matter how police station, they get overwhelmed immediately. Well, if your people are very unhappy already, then the police station will be staffed by people who are very unhappy. So you either need to severely overbuild with police stations so that even very unhappy people can deal with the crime, or get new migrants. Try to get 1 or 2 buildings to be empty, staff it with fully happy new migrants and send them to the police station directly so they work as efficiently as possible. And get a courthouse to do the same. And make sure that the prisons don't have escapes happening because of unhappy people, because that could also be a problem. Yeah, the train waiting here is an issue. That's okay, I guess. We'll see. You can, by giving them something else with attraction buildings. If someone wants to pray, what they actually want is to go to an indoor pool, a gallery of the art, a carousel, which will replace their demand for spirituality, and they will get entertainment instead. Yes, you cannot fulfill spirituality demand, but you can, by replacing it with a different one. Let's see. There's no passengers waiting here because I don't want them on the bus stop. But these people in here do not have a praying demand. That got replaced by a demand for... Let me check if I can find one inside the shopping center. Here we have one. Who wants to pray after buying food? So food, meat, and praying. If they haven't visited the Gallery of the Art or the indoor pool recently, they will distract themselves from praying by visiting something else. But currently they are not interested in that, so in that case it didn't work. Let's check another one. Food and praying. Now they're walking to something. They still want to pray. They're walking into the Gallery of the Art. And the praying gets replaced by attraction, which fulfills their demand. That's how you can deal with the praying demand. Basically satisfying their praying demand by providing them with a lot of entertainment facilities. Because they do not want to revisit the same entertainment building over and over again. Building big cities is hard, villages might be easier. Yeah. They all have their own challenges. I could set up another grocer just for safety's sake. But then we would be spending a lot of extra workers just sitting around. Okay, 28% highly educated workers, very nice. And the research is still running. Very good. With the student hall, I think the checkbox makes a lot of sense. They're going through them in order. I mean, ideally, if we want a lot of highly educated workers, we wouldn't be using the checkbox, because then we could run more students through the building, but if we have a queue in front of it, it's probably better to have the checkbox enabled and focus on those that can get an education as quickly as possible. Okay. Yeah. No one moves in here. I remember, like a few runs ago, when I thought like, oh yeah, let's just demolish this prison and they will send the prisoners to somewhere else. It was a large prison with like 150 prisoners inside, and I was like, I need to move this. I just demolished it, all the prisoners escaped. Gotta relocate them to the other prison first. Yeah. So there is the button to relocate prisoners, which is very handy. Should not forget about that when dealing with prisons. Now we're getting to the point where, do I run the clothing truck all the way to that building too, or do I set up a little bit of storage aside for clothing inside the warehouse? I mean, the truck can make that distance easily. We don't have that much demand. I'll send it to... I'll just have one truck, it's fine. So after the orphanage, the small store orphanage, you go and bring them... Wait. Has this prison still closed? Does it still have closed? Yeah. So it hasn't run out yet, but there's no import of clothing here. Consumption is just really slow. Okay, clothing factory, first delivery point, prison. Unload clothing here. Then small store. Then it heads over here. Oh yeah, we're already here because of the orphanage, so I guess that's fine. Mikarayo. And then the Yakask orphanage will go to the prison first. There we go. And please send some to the sawmill prison. We'll get one prison bus for now to run the sawmill when we need it. And in the meantime, hopefully the rail construction will do its thing. Should probably enable the construction. And also make sure that the train can actually go here. Signal is in place. Connection does not exist. Why not? Oh, I see. I found the mistake. You go when this is clear. We need a regular signal here. No, wait. We need a mixed signal here. Ah, this is not going. Wait. Chain. Get rid of the dirt road again. We need a signal here, so that The construction train does not move out if there's a train already on the block, because we don't know if it will block the construction train from leaving. So we need a mixed signal here. This construction train will wait for this block to be free, for this block to be free, because there's also a chain signal here, and the orange block to be free to where it wants to go, past this way basically. Which I guess we can set up a mixed signal here. Only want to have one train go that way currently. And that way the construction train building this will not block any other train on the orange network as soon as we have built past the signal. And the train coming in from this side, this will only leave if the orange block is free, if the purple block is free, otherwise this train might move if there's already a construction train on the purple block and they would meet each other on this. So it'll wait for the orange block, the purple block, and then there's a regular signal here, the green block. So if the green block is free, then this train would move. And the other train would only be allowed in if there's no train already on the orange block. So they both shouldn't block each other. Complicated signals. But now it should be able to build. Alright. No. Okay, wrong train track. Why? Oh man. Can't downgrade it. Prefab panel track. Well, I guess we have to lay down some new track that is actually wooden rail and not prefab panel track. This is wooden rail, and this is prefab rail. Alright. And that's why I don't like using the construction menu, because it always defaults to that one type of track. That is probably going to be the wrong one when I'm building silly stuff like villages. That should do. You can start with that one. Then we'll just have to follow the dirt path here with the wooden rail. Then rebuild the signal. And we should be okay. Gotta listen to that wooden noise when placing the railroad to make sure I have the right one. That ought to do it. Good thing I didn't have any prefab panels in the rail construction office, otherwise we would have built the wrong type of track. We can't have that modern track. That would be too much for us. And yeah, we'll set up the mixed signal here again. Now the rail construction office should work because it has all the resources necessary to build wooden train tracks. Excellent triangle, yeah. Double triangle even. We already have a larger one here and this is a smaller one. We'll probably need a passing track at some point if we have 2 or more trains running this way. Coal price is still increasing. Gravel export not keeping up. Not getting a lot of prisoners to the refining building, processing plant. I need bigger trucks, I guess. Is the gravel price still holding? Quarried stone price is up to 8 almost. Yeah, gravel price is holding. Alright then. I think the ZIL 133 dumper makes the most sense for us. Because it has 80 kilometers an hour on the road, 12 tons of storage. Yeah, I guess we could have refueled, but never mind. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. We can use the replace button. I don't want to sell them because I don't have a scrapyard yet, so I have to pay money for getting rid of old vehicles. If I use the replace button, it would sell the other vehicle. And by sell, I mean asking me to spend money to get rid of it. Losing 1,800 right now is a terrible idea. Can replace with vehicles at the vehicle depot. Yeah, but it would still sell the vehicle that I'm replacing. When I last used that button, the old vehicle just goes away. And by goes away, I mean it sells it with spending money. Yeah. This one. Don't trust it.
This building complex will go away eventually. Thankfully fuel is very cheap and the vehicles will find a way to be reused in construction offices or something. But we're losing a lot of efficiency right now. But if it was even more efficient, then I would complain about not being able to export all the gravel, I guess. So the setup of the prisoners in here running these facilities will make a lot more sense. It's going to be quite costly to set up, and we'll need another train, but I think it's going to be okay. Refueling does work. Yeah, I mean, just gotta deal with it. Like, we're not gonna be making any money, it looks like. So I guess we just gotta keep expanding our population and trying to push up our loan capacity. Let's take a glance at our happiness inside the buildings. It is better. 56 is still somewhat low, but you should be able to make your way to the gallery of the art if you don't spend a large amount of time in a queue in front of the grocer. Over here it's also okay. It's better now that we have the House of Culture, I think. It also means probably fewer people wanting to take the bus to the other settlement. Oh, this is, yeah, this was a mistake. This should have been a chain signal. No, this train is blocking the construction train from returning. But only really during the construction phase. No, even then, this needs to be a chain signal, because if a train wants to move in here and it's already on its way, it needs to be able to move out of the way. We'll have to send the construction train home manually. Oh, 65 prisoners, and we are starting to have escapes, so we don't have enough wardens. Our workers are running away. I might have too few people in here still. The heating plant is holding. Wait, what? With 3 workers and 60% it's holding. Ah, it's going down now. With 4 people it's holding at minus 37. So I believe we can have more housing here and more people in general. We need more people next to the prison. Switch out to more heat-efficient housing. I don't think so. Which housing would be more heat-efficient? Hello JD Plays. Hello JD. Thank you very much for the raid. You've been playing Helldivers 2. Nice. How's your day going? How's your Sunday? How are you doing? Welcome everyone. I'm Das Brightschwert. We're playing Workers and Resources. You might have seen it on JD's channel as well. We're doing a weird challenge-based run today. Well, with this series. Hello Vegeta. Hello Archangel. New time zone schedule. Yeah. Hello Snowzo. We're playing on the Siberia map. You might have seen it already in Workers and Resources, and we are challenging ourselves that the only resources we're allowed to send to the customs house have to been made by prisoners. So currently we're running a clothing factory with prison labor, trying to make a bit of money. We're running logging camps with prison labor. Prisoners arrive here every now and then, cutting down trees, which are then put on a train. And it's not really that profitable, I gotta say. This might not be a successful challenge. But we are getting more prisoners every now and then, so maybe we are getting to the point where we are getting a lot of workers to actually start making a profit. Gulag forced labor, I love it. Yes, exactly. We did have an orphanage. If you tell the orphanage to give all your orphans alcohol, you get a crime death spiral really, really quickly, and your republic gets overwhelmed with criminals very quickly. So we're running an orphanage normally. We don't have enough workers to run it normally, but at least the orphans don't turn to crime too much. But when they get released, they most likely will be caught by our police and sent to the prison. So we found something useful to do with the orphans. A Gulag run. Maybe force them to work in nuclear, you know, where you don't want to worry about radiation. Yeah, we're also playing with the low-tech challenge, means I can't research everything I want. We get a research point every settlement we have that has at least 200 people and a food supply, and every 2,500 people. So currently we have Vikarayopol and we have Noyakarsk. So 2 settlements means 2 research points, means I have researched... I'm currently researching the pollution reduction. The research in front of this does not unlock anything other than more research. Only research that actually unlocks a game benefit counts. So we're currently researching towards pollution filters, because our settlements are rather tight and narrow. And we also unlocked bauxite, but bauxite is very far away, so we haven't made any use of it yet. The idea with bauxite was that we don't need a lot of workers, and we might be able to make a profit by exporting bauxite. We can't run a bauxite mine with excavators if we want to export it. Similar to our gravel quarry over here and our gravel processing plant, we are running those with prisoners. So we have enough gravel for our own construction, but also for export. Bigger is better for the prison, bigger workforce, yes. We just have to make sure we have enough wardens. I do plan for a sawmill over here, where we have a small prison set up, where we will get at most 45 prisoners. 3-4-ish prisoners to run the sawmill, and then some prisoners to run logging camps. That at least is the idea here. To have like our own supply of boards in the Republic. We're currently setting that up. And we're building the train tracks here. I want to send my wood train that currently just exports wood to the sawmill to refine it and then hopefully make a little bit more profit from it. So that train, instead of going directly to the customs house, is going to head down this way. This beautifully organically laid track, it's all natural. Go into the rail yard for the sawmill, unload, wait until unloaded, and then load however much lumber there is in the storage. Our trains are not that large yet, where there should always be room to unload. and then load however many boards there are. Because the process for producing boards, you always get fewer output than you get input, than you have input. If you were running instead a brick factory, it would be different, because a brick factory generates more resources, more weight than the input resources. It uses 33 tons of coal, but makes 51 tons of bricks. One day he'll get to nuclear. Well, the highly educated workers inside a nuclear power plant we would still have to run with our own workforce. And I mean, it doesn't, if we don't plan on exporting electricity, I can run it with my own workers. So at some point, if I have another rail construction office, I will probably have a gravel quarry and a gravel processing plant attached to it that will send the gravel to the rail construction office just for domestic consumption. Nuclear, oh god, no, don't even start. The power plant is not happening this run. It's too expensive. But yeah, how's your day going? Had fun in Helldivers 2? Anything new? Anything exciting? One day. Once we get back off prison worker labor, then yes, probably. This is very, very challenging indeed. But yeah, we're getting a lot of prisoners now. I'm excited. This is... like, we were struggling at 45 prisoners and now we're at 70. Clothing factory at 15. That looks pretty good. Stable workforce, yeah. Seems like the only thing that was necessary was to have a larger population count. We shouldn't have been fumbling around with a small population count. We need a steady population count. I'm still worried that we might run into a crime death spiral, because I think the amount of prisoners we get right now is coming from the orphanage mostly. So, but as long as our police force is able to keep up with everything, it should be okay. And no, however much, whatever crime they're doing, they're going to be locked up for 24.7 years. 47 years would be ideal. The rest of their life would be ideal. Like, as soon as you commit a crime, graffiti, throwing down a gum wrapper, killing someone, everyone locked up for life. That would be a stable workforce indeed. What else can... We can't run service industry with prisoners, so we have to make sure that we have enough workers for our grocers, or food kiosks, etc. But we could run the heating plant with prisoners, if we wanted to. Police catching someone jaywalking, too bad, lifetime in prison for you. Exactly. That's what we're doing right now. Bad orphanages might be enough prisoner supply. It takes a very long time to re-educate them. Yes. Bad orphanages were so many prisoners that our crime and justice system could not keep up, and we had a death spiral. So currently we are giving everything to the orphans. Well, we had an orphanage with just tutors and no food, clothing and meat. It basically turned 5-year-olds into alcoholic crime bosses. And it was really bad when they got released, because our crime system could not keep up with them. But this is a little bit better. We're supplying them with basic necessities. We're having some tutors in them, as much as they can spare at least. It's gonna be bad when the prison opens up, I think. Maybe I should just open up this building for any worker, not just highly educated ones. We need more workers here. I don't need a lot of people inside the prison, but it will balance itself against the other prisons, so it should be run at a reasonable amount. Otherwise we'll start having escapes, and that will put more strain on our police and courthouse. But yeah, very slow expansion. Should have probably done faster expansion. Like, I think it's looking pretty good. 72 prisoners now. Wow. If we get to 150, that would be the dream. 150 prisoners is like the most I want for a prison, I think. Over that, you are overstaffing existing prison cells, or overstacking existing prison cells with too many prisoners. And I think the security starts going down. But I don't actually remember. It might be different. We also have a lot of prison buses running here, making sure that all of the prisoners go to work sites immediately, because if they wait too long, their shift already starts inside the prison. So if they don't get picked up early, they will spend time inside the building running down their work shift. So you lose efficiency if you don't run a lot of prison buses, basically. And we have set it up in a way that they only move if they actually have loaded a prisoner. So we have two loading commands here, which they will flick in between until they have actually loaded a prisoner, which is currently not easy to see because there's always a prisoner available because we have so many now. But yeah, that was a way to make sure that prison buses don't run around empty when we had very few of them. We're running our rail construction office with personal cars because they are cheaper than microbuses. And I don't need more than 4 workers right now. It's going to be a slow process, but we'll get there. The facilities seem to be set up well. We have to do 1 rail construction task in a loop around the whole area, and this has been planned out with 300-meter long trains in mind, so at some point I am hoping to have longer trains in this setup. But not in the beginning. I'm not going to start shoveling resources here by truck. That would be unnecessary, I think. We're going to relocate our fuel to a gas station that is connected to the asphalt road so vehicles can refuel a little bit faster. But yeah, the other idea is also we're setting everything up so it works. We're not trying to make like a highly detailed network. It should look a little bit more rugged and rural, which you might have been able to tell by the rail connection being all over the place and crossing the road in different locations. But hopefully after this area is going to be a little bit more organized and stick to one side of the road. Wasn't able to make that happen with the way things have been set up here. Couldn't get across this way basically. So I just went down. Gonna have the room here for some waiting lanes because I'm only planning to have a single rail line for the most part. But we need passing tracks to let other trains go by if there's more than one train running on the network. And eventually in our 3rd settlement, which is going to be somewhere over here, we'll have a proper rail construction office, gravel production. I will be able to run the gravel to this side, I guess, and into the rail construction office. Lumber could be delivered by train, but I think like a single truck bringing boards to the rail construction office is going to be fine. Is this wooden track? Yes, okay. And yeah, maybe we can also run that by prison labor. I don't know, I need to check. Running rail construction with prison labor, I think would be foolish though, because it's kind of domestic. Yeah, we can't do it anyway. Rail construction can only be done by your own workforce. Bricks are getting really expensive. I'm planning on producing them. I'm planning on having a coal train importing coal to the 3rd settlement over here, because I also want to have the heating plant receive its coal from a storage that is delivered to by train. I worry that the road line might be, the road path might be getting a little bit far. We're still only half a square off of the customs house, so it's probably being overly cautious, but if I want to have a brick production here and another large prison and a heating plant next to the storage of the coal, then it might make sense. So we'll have to find a way to fit that into this area. We'll have like a conveyor engine running across. Rail construction office somewhere back here probably. And then a rail line going in, around, through the unloading station for coal, which will also let the rail construction office enter. And it is not really supposed to wait until unloaded for coal. I'm basically planning on regular deliveries and then hopefully export of bricks. But this is our first production area where the resources delivered are going to be a different train than the resources exported. And I guess the wooden... I guess we could transport the bricks by truck from here into the storage of the lumber and load both of them together from the sawmill and the bricks. But I probably should set it up with its own storage, otherwise it's going to be consuming a lot of fuel. So yeah, that's currently what's happening in our republic. Prison-based labor, providing export profits. Not very many right now, but hopefully soon. The amount of prisoners has definitely taken a turn for the better. We need more workers in general, so I will set up more housing. Is this in range of the sewage tank? It is probably not. It might be. It should be. If it isn't, we can set up another sewage tank. They are not expensive. Plus, additional water in sewage tanks increases our storage capacity. Which is probably a good idea, since we have a lot of people living here. So I might just set up another water and sewage tank anyway. So there's less risk of a shortage happening. A water shortage could be its own death spiral. Don't need fancy gravel road footpath connections to those. Can be dirt, it's fine. And how you produce criminals? Right now our criminal pipeline is mostly the orphanage, I think. That is producing a lot of criminals. They're not having the best education growing up. We have a 9-year-old Korovin Maxim Timofeyevich, who is 100% alcoholic and 95% criminal, so that is one of the extreme criminals that we have inside our orphanage. But back when I told them, give all of them alcohol, it was every orphan turned that way. 100% criminal, 100% alcoholic. And that was too much. Now we seem to have a nice spread of some are criminal, some are not. And that seems to be providing us with a lot of involuntary workers right now. So yeah, we're going to expand our logging capacity by running everything through a sawmill, and hopefully refining things will give us more profits. How much population can water and sewage truck only water industry reasonably sustain? Reasonably? I mean, it depends on so many factors. Winter slows things down. If you set up more trucks, it's like you can run it for a very long time. I guess at some point we might want to have our own water production domestically and pick up the water by trucks from that building. Otherwise, at some point you run into the issue of traffic jam at the border, and the water trucks can't bring in water fast enough. You got train logistics center? No. We have direct transportation routes. Trains are always set to wait to fully load inside the cargo train stations, and then they go to the customs house, so I don't have a rail distribution office set up. I only have one train running right now, excluding the rail construction vehicle. So there's no need for a distribution office for trains. And I don't plan on it. I'm setting up my network where the lines will basically go to a storage, wait until loaded, or wait until unloaded, and then make their way to the customs house and back. So we just need to organize everything with signals that they don't get stuck or block each other. That is going to be the challenge, but I don't need a distribution office for that low amount of trains. I'd rather make longer trains than set up a rail distribution office. This train is 100 meters already. I'm planning this network for 300 meter long trains, ideally. Maximum would be 450, but in this village run it might be a bit much. Your dream is to know how to play like you. Hello, Brett Rosen. I'm uploading this series to YouTube, so you can watch it from the start, even after the fact. I didn't do that for the Mega City 1 run, but that one was so relaxing. I hope we get into profitability at some point, but right now expenses are quite high. I hope when the logging camp can deliver its resources into the sawmill, that the extra bit of profit might be enough to swing us over to profitability. But there's no guarantee for that, unfortunately. No passing sighting for the trains, just for queues. A passing sighting will be implemented probably here and here when we have more than one train running into the area. I'm setting it up with the bare necessities, but I'm leaving myself options open to expand. So we could have a passing sighting on this one, a passing sighting here for 2 trains. But we're only running 1 train into the area right now anyway. At some point we'll have a logging train and a lumber train in the area, and then we would probably need those passing sightings. Finally, are you making any profit except importing building materials? I guess importing building materials I can't really easily calculate out of this. We haven't made any profit, so I have started building this area up. I'm building the rail line and hope that we make a profit after the sawmill is connected. We're also exporting a lot of quarried stone and gravel. A lot of quarried stone and gravel. Now that we have enough prisoners to run these facilities at high capacity. This will be relocated into the new settlement area, where the gravel production is going to be connected to the rail line. In our case, gravel is quite expensive. You can see that the gravel price has gotten up quite high. It's double the starting price. Fuel prices are very low, so there's no reason for us to try and go for any oil or fuel-based production or extraction. Coal prices recently went up, but it seems like they're going down again. But that shouldn't really change the profitability of a brick factory. I was looking at the brick factory earlier, calculated the prices. 33 times the price of coal for import was a lot less than 51 times the price of bricks. My god, look at that. The coal price is 19. If we look at the brick factory, I mean, the price doesn't matter right now. Just imagine if it was a 1-to-1 conversion rate. If it was a 1-to-1 rate from coal to brick, we would make a profit. Coal is 19, bricks is 36. That's like almost double profit margin. But the brick factory isn't a 1-to-1 conversion rate. The brick factory gives you more bricks per imported coal. You import 33 tons of coal and get 51 tons of bricks, so it's actually almost 4 times the amount of profit. Let's say 3.5 times. So we need to set up a brick factory and hook it up to the rail line, import coal and run prison labor so we can export the bricks. Maybe the brick price went up because we built so many prisons, I don't know. But yeah, the brick factory seems like... The brick factory is probably gonna drop in the brick price once we have it running, but I think we should work on it. It might even be set up before the next gravel the gravel area. I think we might set up the prison and the brick factory first before the gravel setup. I was very close to deciding that I want to have a brick factory right now and set it up in the existing area. But I decided against it because the clothing factory doesn't have a full complement of workers yet anyway. So there's no reason to try and get more factories going. But a brick factory would be more profitable. Unfortunately, it requires a rail connection, otherwise we can't transport all the materials. That would be too much for the trucks to handle. Importing coal, exporting bricks. It would just be too much. Once we have the rail connection set up, build all the way around in a loop. I guess we could build into the storage directly, but then there's a possibility that the train might block the road. However, our train right now is 100 meters, so that wouldn't happen. So I guess we'll just build... We'll build just directly into the storage. This one. And then it doesn't even block the road because it goes past the road. We'll build into the storage, and after that we could already run it. We don't have to build the rest right now. Because the waiting line is if we have more than one train, but right now one connection is enough to run this. Still need the sawmill set up. The waste storage would be nice to have. I think we don't have any construction workers anymore at the bus stop. So yeah, we're on the struggle bus, trying to survive, trying to squeeze out a little bit of profit from the way we have set things up. And it is challenging. I need another grocer. This one is not enough to sustain this area, I don't think. But do I want them to set up another meat storage as well? How much do these cost? 3.5 tons of steel. It would make... I guess if I had planned it differently, I could have set up the other grocer attached to the same meat storage. Thank you, Mega Monkey. Enjoy whatever you're trying to do, I hope. Have a good day. See you later. A little bit of a queue is fine, but yeah. This is getting quite close to being a problem. Anyway, I need some workers on the bus stop, so we'll tell the house here to send a quarter of its population to the bus stop directly, where they can then be picked up by buses, like construction office buses, or buses going to the rail construction office. Or in this case, it's personal cars, I guess. Not giving the prisoners a single mechanism, so you can divert more to clothing. That was like the original idea, that we bring all of them to the clothing factory. But gravel was getting way too expensive. Especially for road construction, we needed quite a lot of gravel. Man, that is a lot of workers. That means our logging camps are running full tilt as well, which is good to see. We're running out of wood again in these. I did replant some trees, but it looks like it didn't count. Let's do that again. I mean, there's a lot of wood here already, so... The transportation of the boards, the wood from this side goes by truck into the storage, onto the train. And it looks like right now we might have a little bit of a transportation bottleneck. I can't set up any additional distribution offices because I don't have that research yet. I thought other researches were more important. %32% highly educated workers, very nice. We are going to focus on the research now, full time. I'm not going to lose most of my students, they're going to move into the Hall of Residence and just wait until it's their turn. We have 2 researches to do. Hopefully we'll get through them in a reasonable amount of time. Pollution reduction research would help us quite a lot because the heating plant is quite close to the residential buildings, so they're suffering a much shorter life expectancy than what I would consider comfortable. This is basically losing us people right now. I think in our 3rd settlement with the heating plant on this side, we will probably use heat pumping stations to get the heating to the settlement. So it's further away from the pollution. Yeah, not enough workers right now. But I am bringing workers again to the bus stop, so the construction offices should be able to pick things up, pick people up, and bring them to construction sites. Where do we have the unemployment due to childcare? These houses. So I guess I need another kindergarten or replace my existing one with a larger one. Or I just try to send more people into it. Make sure the kindergarten is fully staffed. We do have a 1/3 more capacity here if we can bring the workers to it. And then it should free up a lot of extra people. We did set up a meat storage next to the grocer because we are delivering food directly into the grocer building, but the meat going over the factory connection at a slow rate should be fine. Usually the factory connection can run into issues when you have a queue forming in front of the building, so if you have shoppers waiting in front of the store, your people will not restock through a factory connection during that time. So once that happens, the meat will run out inside the building, and it will not draw any more meat into itself until the queue is gone. So I use that instead of like setting up a warehouse for food here, because the meat we need a lot less of. Food has to be delivered directly into the building because of how quickly it goes down. Does the snow not affect walking speed or range? No, it does not. Otherwise you would... I mean, during winter people would not be able to reach certain things, and you would run into the problem that things might become inaccessible, which would be quite terrible and terrifying. I probably need a monument here. Don't think this one's going to reach the new building. So we'll set up another monument. I mean, this one will probably have it in range because of how far it reaches, but it might also not. Depends on the grid, I guess. Since the prison is in range, this also should be in range because it's the center of this building is grid-wise the same distance, so it should be okay. These monuments do not have a circle around them, they have a square centered on the grid. So in this case, 165 meters. If we go diagonally, let's go top left diagonally. 165 would end around here. So theoretically, this building should not be in range, but I think it is. See? That is because 165 meters sideways, we get to about this point, and then you just draw a line straight up, and then check 165 over here, which is this way, and then these two buildings, the storage and the autodrome, are still in range of the monument. It's a little bit of a weird system to get your head around that it's not a circle, but I mean at some point you notice it and then, or you know about it, and then yeah, that's how it is, I guess. What are our road cranes doing? Sawmill. Higher priority, please. Finish the buildings that have the road cranes in them. Don't send workers to buildings without road cranes. And the bridge. The long wooden bridge that I've built also needs some workers. So we need another offline for the off-ramp for the rail to go to the brick factory, the coal storage. I mean, it doesn't have to go to the brick factory, it just has to go to an unloading station for the coal storage. I guess we could have it in parallel to the train track. It doesn't necessarily have to go down here. We could also unload it on the other side, go over the road, unload here, and then go back. Alternatively, we set up an unloading station next to the loading station and have those two in parallel. And then I would have to conveyor the coal over to this side to run the brick factory. Okay, now we're getting workers here. They will finish the construction. 8 workers for 42 work days with a road crane should be sufficient. Now that winter is over, I should also continue building up my asphalt road to speed up transportation a bit. We're at the cusp of making a profit, but not yet. And I don't know if this is ever going to change. We might just build ourselves more and more into debt, trying to expand our population. I mean, at some point I assume we should have a lot of prisoners. And at some point it might tilt over into profitability. If the idea with the brick factory works, if we get a lot of profit from it and we can have a prison full of workers next to it, that might be our ticket. I might be sending too many workers here now. Seems okay so far. I mean, we're exporting excess gravel and quarried stone, which is not that profitable. But at least it makes sure we have our own gravel for construction and the rail construction office. It is all a very inefficient setup. It will not survive the test of time. It's already... the replacement has already been planned. The asphalt road is only supposed to be the main road going this way. I don't want to upgrade everything to asphalt because then it would look kind of silly how we're not using dirt roads and gravel roads in such a rural environment, I think. Okay. You can't reach your destination, so you're blocking the whole customs house. There you go. Glad we had this talk. I'm also running all warning messages disabled, so I don't... If I make a mistake, then I'm not gonna get a message about it. I will notice it at some point when everything has ground down to a halt. But at least I'm not getting a lot of notifications all the time, so it's a win. Okay, we had a little bit of a backlog here, unfortunately, because of that mishap. Oh yeah, we should increase the amount of food stored in here. We don't need that much clothing. Well, yeah, I want at least 7.5 tons of food in here, so a truck delivery can fill up the whole storage when it arrives. And the clothing truck is running around and visiting all the buildings before it goes in for one export. So it should be fine. How's the bridge looking? Bridge looks built up. Very nice. Looks like we're having a queue in front of our grocer again. No, we have run out of food because we had our traffic jam at the customs house. That tells me that we should probably set up a warehouse I was talking about to store some food locally. Well, we do have some food kiosks, but it's not going to last indefinitely. I think the food truck is already on its way. Oh, it has arrived, okay. It did not take too long, good. But yeah, I should set up like a backup mechanism if I have a traffic jam at the border. That would basically be a storage, a warehouse I deliver to. And when the customs house becomes inaccessible, it should still be able to load from the warehouse. I will set up a dedicated one, and that will probably just hold food. Set up a warehouse for food, and make sure that these mishaps don't become deadly. So the distribution office would be able to unload but also load from the warehouse, which means in general it will try to fill it up and also sometimes pick up from the customs house. There should be a general level of food inside the warehouse itself, and we can set up a warning message for it, so we get an early warning before the grocer itself runs out that something is wrong. We won't have a lot of extra food in it, but it does take a while to tick down, so it would be nice to have. And a small warehouse isn't the most expensive thing. Yeah, that's 1 point. I always look at the steel cost. It's only 1.8 tons of steel. And the rest of the materials are usually not that expensive. Of course, sometimes it's different. I guess the prisons might be really expensive because of how expensive the brick price is for us. Alright, so we only need to build into this turn up to the storage and we would be connected. At which point we would be able to run the sawmill. Maybe we can set up the logging camps. I want to test if this logging camp can store its wood in this logging camp, chaining the wood cutting posts together, if this would work. There's a plan to maybe have a third one, but I wanted to do that test first and see if it would work. If it doesn't work, we can still connect this to the storage and use this as a way to store get the wood into the sawmill. I should probably also plant some trees so the sawmills have stuff to cut down. I mean the wood cutting posts. This was all a forest at once, but I flattened it out to get the industry in place. One prison bus, waiting until at least one prisoner is inside, always going to the sawmill. That's all this is going to be in the beginning. And then when the woodcutting post's up, waiting until loaded to have at least one prisoner, sending them to the woodcutting posts. And if they then still have extra workers, send those prison buses back to the sawmill. But there's no other task for that prison, so 15 prisoners should be enough to handle it. Because per logging camp we only need one worker, and then the sawmill can take all the rest of the workers. That should be good enough. I will have to optimize my worker counts in the buildings to make sure that we can run the prison with enough workers to not lose any prisoners to escapes. But yeah, I hope maybe that we can get this connection done this stream. And then next time we can maybe focus on trying to get the brick factory connected. 79 prisoners, that is very good. But we don't have enough wardens in the building right now, which is concerning. The alcohol kiosk is running over capacity. Do I build a proper pub? This is more than a village now. All these kiosks are not really serving that settlement well. I think I might just set up 2 more kiosks. You can put kiosks very close together. We'll set one up on this side. And I think I'll set up a third one. They don't take too many workers. They're a little bit inefficient in regards to like vehicle distribution of resources, but worker-wise, if you don't mind that sometimes they're empty and there will be a little bit of a queue, they are okay, in my opinion. We have one here, second one on that side, third one should be down here. I don't know if we can have that built up that way. Oh yeah, nice. If we can get that road connection done, this would be a nice place for it. Neat. It's blocking the footpath entrance of the courthouse from that side, but it's going to be an alcohol kiosk now. Perfect. All road cranes are now available here. Send additional workers to that construction site, please, so we get the other house set up. It's gonna be far away from the heating plant, so people should be able to survive a little bit longer, health-wise. There's a lot of capacity in the kindergarten, but it's not... Having another one would probably be safer. It's not that many people that are having an issue. We'll try to get by with only one. But I have to keep in mind that we might have to expand our amount reasonably soon. Yeah, all of this path could be room for a passing track, and then over here we have another one. That should work out, but I want to stick to a single track rail system, for better or worse. Not much left. The prison itself can get its workers from all buildings. We're losing population again, it looks like. Maybe not a lot, but... yeah, it's stagnating. We had a death spiral, which I think was caused by the grocer undergoing maintenance and people basically getting cranky that they couldn't get any food. And this might happen again. I think I'll set up another grocer. That should hopefully provide a little bit more food security. Let's start the last research. Hopefully we get this done before winter. Probably not. Takes a lot of effort. I could increase the amount of workers inside the university, but then I think we would run out of wardens and we might see more prisoner escapes. Gotta be careful. I'll nick one prison bus off of the route for the not for the processing plant for gravel, because there's two vehicles here. Well, it is important that this keeps on running, but we can nick one off the route to the quarry, because the people that go to the processing plant and can't be unloaded go to the quarry anyway. So the direct route I can take one vehicle, I think. And that one we would set up to run the new route. This prison into the sawmill for now. It will go here and wait until like until prisoners show up. And since we are only occupying one parking space for now, that is okay. When we start running the prison buses for the logging camps, we have to be careful, because there will be two vehicles waiting until they have prisoners. But they should always cycle through as long as there's prisoners inside the prison. So here you can see that this is the way this is normally set up. There's no wait until loaded command for the passenger loading, but if you have two loading commands set for a route with several unloading commands, it will cycle between the loading commands until it actually gets a passenger. Unless you have another loading command on a different route. Like if I set this loading command, it would go to there too. But if all the other stops are just unloading commands, it will go through this, which is very handy for prisons. If you use that for bus stops and there's no one going to the bus stop, you might also cause a very big traffic jam. Unless you have a bus platform with sufficient amounts of stops, I guess. I want the grocer set up. We have our new residential building. I guess I could get some migrants. We do have some little bit of extra capacity in the school. That should be okay. Get like 50 for now. See if they run into any issues or everything is going to be fine. And then add more after. I think we're gonna get there in 2, maybe 3 construction tasks. 2 after this one is done, I think. Now we have 2 water substations, meaning that the truck can always go to one of them to refill, while the other one still should have some left. So they will hopefully get into a cycle where we can have a little bit of extra water in this area and not have the water substation run out and then the water truck moves, while the internal storage of water inside the buildings dwindles down. This basically gives us about like 20 extra cubic meters of water storage for the buildings that are in range, which should be almost all of them, if not all. I also would like to have the storage for food set up before winter, but the grocer first. This is already looking dangerous. I think I might try a very tiny vehicle transporting meat and waiting until unloaded. The tiniest vehicle we can get. This could cause problems, but I would like to try it. Covered hull. Smallest capacity would be... oh wait, meat trucks. Meat trucks are not small. No, this is not going to work. Refrigerated trucks are quite large. 1.5 tons would last a very long time. People are stuck inside the new house. This one? They shouldn't be. They can get there. And move out. There was just an alternative path going to the monument, but should be fine. Okay, I will need another refrigerated storage. I don't like doing it, but at least this time I can plan it out where if I need another grocer I can hook it up on this side as well. I don't want half-full meat trucks running around. We're loading 10% meat into these refrigerated storages and therefore reducing transportation amounts. Like, they can always run a full refrigerated truck to these meat storages instead of like... How much do they have? 1 ton. They can transport 6.5 tons, so... And the smallest trucks we saw was 1.5 tons. Not great. We're holding at 75 prisoners, which is looking good. The courthouse needs some more workers, it looks like. It's already set to hold a lot more workers, but they're not arriving here. We don't have enough workers with a regular education, it looks like, because we do have highly educated workers in the court staff slot. So as soon as we get our new migrants educated, they can take over those duties and hopefully prevent us running into another crime spiral. Right now it's not a crime spiral yet because all trial progress is further along than the limitation progress. And the police stations are also still looking okay. Once the rail construction office is done, we will also bring fewer workers, or 0 workers, to the rail construction office again, meaning that those workers are then available for the settlement itself. Someone in your chat was telling you I have evil children? Hello, Lucky Leader. Yes, I do. All of these. 97% alcohol addiction. I mean, let's look at some of the young ones. 27% alcohol addiction. Do we have someone who's a very bad criminal? Right now they all seem mostly okay. Here we go. 13 years old, 100% alcohol addiction, 94% criminal. We're gonna have AKs as soon as they get released from the orphanage, for sure. 69% criminality, 15-year-old. So yeah. I mean, we need to keep our supply chain open for extra workers inside the prison. And by workers I mean the prisoners themselves. Because we are only allowed to produce resources for export with prison labor. But it looks like we have a lot more workers than usual, which is good. Maybe we will start making a profit at some point. I mean, it's dangling in front of our face so long that I don't know if it's going to happen, but we'll see. Come on, send some highly educated workers into the clinic. There's a child dying. And now there's a student dying. Ah, he got saved. That's what happens when you give children access to Twitter, yeah. So much prison bus traffic, we might need a roundabout. No, that would increase the distance. We definitely do not want roundabouts. This is set up perfectly. No roundabouts in this republic. I wonder if there's a roundabout in Siberia. Someone should go and look that up. A roundabout in Siberia. Would that happen? I don't know. T-junctions are the most efficient junctions anyway. Maybe I should set up non-blocking T-junctions for road traffic. There's a roundabout in Poland named after people exiled to Siberia? I don't know. That's not really a roundabout in Siberia, but I guess that's close enough. Wait, where did the traffic signs go? Oh, okay, they don't show up with the priority road markers, that is fine. We need to set this up as asphalt road. Evil children. They are evil, they're not working. Hello Border Patrol, welcome. Yakutsk has a roundabout for sure, and that is in Siberia. Okay, good. There we have it. Roundabout in Siberia. Maybe it's gonna happen for a larger settlement then. I don't think the villages would have one. Okay. That's the last road crossing we have to do before we can build up to the storage. All the way along this train track into this one. We don't need the other storage yet. This one is planned out for if we have a higher demand of like rail traffic going through here, where a lot of wooden trains might arrive, and this might become the Republic's supply of lumber. One sawmill enough? Definitely. This thing turns 180 tons of wood into 140 tons of boards in one day. So our train would be completely converted in 3 days. If it's run at full capacity, which it won't be. But when the train isn't here, there will be a few prisoners working day in, night in, night out. I don't know what the saying is. They will be working when the train isn't here, so it should be fine. Okay, we'll open this up to normal migrants, it's fine. Day in, day out, okay. Thank you. Alright, we need to supply alcohol to the new kiosks. Oh, the road hasn't been built yet. Okay. Does the global setting for each nameplate town override default settings? Yes. You can change all buildings within the blue area with this setting. So now we don't allow people without an education to move in anymore. If I change one building, it shows a question mark. But I can override it back to what I want by clicking it twice, and then every house is set back to what I want. So probably one more construction task after this to get to the storage. We're past the road, we're not blocking anything anymore. It's gonna be time soon to move the prisoners in. Then we will hopefully have a sawmill running. I need to limit the storage, otherwise it could happen that I might run full of wood. No, it shouldn't. It won't. No, it might happen, yeah, because there's only 50 tons of board storage capacity. I need to make sure I at least have a train load of boards that I can store in here. So I guess I'll just limit it to 50-50 and that should be fine. Until we have the second storage, then it shouldn't matter anymore. Then I can leave that limitation off. There's our new grocer. I'm almost full on assignments for the distribution office. The new settlement will have to have a party HQ, and the next research will be distribution offices, which we'll have to set up with our own resources, but I think that's going to be necessary. Didn't quite finish the construction of the road. Unfortunate. So is this in range of the monument? This one it is not, but this one it should be, because the prison already is in range. Okay, but we'll still have another monument here, that's fine. I could also consider setting up a monument next to the grocer, because a lot of people visit that building as well. But not right now. I'll deliver resources here, but only food in the future. Meat will be stored in its own storage. No, it doesn't. Building rotation does not matter, as far as I know. It checks the, well, it checks the center of the building, so... Of course, like, if you had your building rotated this way, you would have to move it up further, which changes the center of the building. But if it's in the same center, and you just rotate it, like this way, if you rotate it, it would move if you want to have it in the same location, which changes the center of the building. But if you just strictly say, does the rotation matter? No. But for most buildings, it changes where the building can be built. So, indirectly, it does matter. Interest is up to 4.2. Game telling us that we aren't doing well indirectly. Because if the interest rate goes up, the game thinks that you are not making enough profit for the loan you're having. Once you get to 5%, things start looking critical. But the ruble-based loan is actually like a way to help you. Because as the game goes on, the inflation in resource costs is higher than 5% normally per year. So taking out a loan actually saves you money, because you can turn it into resources and then you save money instead. Because the loan repayment costs you less than 5%. Wonder if you could twist the square AoE like 45. No, it only checks the center of the building. If it's rotated 45 degrees, it shouldn't matter, because the center is still the center. It does matter for repair stations, because that doesn't check the center. For a repair station, like this one, you just need to touch this building. So if you have a flat side, you need to touch it this way. But if you rotate it, you can touch it with the corner, and it would work. Dollar loans start at 5.6, yes. And for dollar loans, you also have the issue that there's not that much inflation for the prices. So you actually pay money to run US currency, because it's so stable. Yes, that's why I took 40 loans, to save money. Put it in the propaganda, yes. I mean, it doesn't tell you that, but it still behaves like that, as far as I know. You start taking loans, you feel terrible, but I think in the end it saves you money, if you use the money. If it just sits in your bank account, then you lose it, because you pay the interest, and the money also devalues inside your coffers. What's the best export for the West? It depends on the market price. It also depends on what you're doing. If you're only running with trucks, then you want to have the highest money density. I mean, in general, I would say like nuclear fuel probably. If you want to run trucks, you have a really good rail network, then you can run oil. If you're producing it yourself, doesn't matter, but like oil, the price usually is very close between rubles and US currency. So it's a really good way to transfer rubles into US currency, because you can import it in rubles and then export it in US dollars. This is almost allowing you to exchange currency 1-to-1 from ruble to dollar, and you will have a lot more rubles than dollars, mostly because of the inflation. Running an export route that way will of course impact the prices, but it shouldn't go that quickly. Vehicles are powerful for east, so west is oil, yeah. It's better to export oil to the west than to the east as time goes on, because of that price difference. Wood is the same. Wood and boards usually is the same. The price is relatively close together, so it's better to export it to the west. But if we're looking at other things like food, the price will drift apart. You can see that the lines for the ruble is going up already and has surpassed the US dollar, whereas the US dollar line is staying relatively shallow. And this is going to trend up, whereas the US dollar is going to stay flat. It's going to be a significant price difference as time goes on, that you can exploit with trading if you want. Oh, I think we're going to reach the storage now. Let's open up the prison then. Let's start having prisoners here. We're basically taking some of the tutors destined for the orphanage to go into the prison instead, so exchanging one prison for another prison. The next prisoners should make their way into that prison. This one is having real trouble with like supplying enough workers to keep everyone locked up. This is basically the start of a potential death spiral, because those prisoners will have to be caught again by police, and it's just gonna be like an infinite loop. We need around 26 workers minimum here to not have escapes. I'm gonna send all the people from this building into the prison first, and then they can go work somewhere else. But this building is going to send all its workers over there, because it will have the shortest footpath route once these ones are set up. And hopefully that'll give us enough workers to stop having escapes. How's steel prices? They drove me to bankruptcy twice this weekend. I'm expecting it to be below 500, because iron and coal are so cheap. So coal is like 15 and iron was similar, 24, so steel is less than 500, which is okay. If it starts going over 500 a lot, then it's gonna be an issue, but for us it's okay. Oh, happiness is going down. Starvation? Hopefully not. Building is without power supply. Great, I forgot something. We will resolve that. Okay, that should deal with electricity, because the refrigerated storage of course will also need electricity. Yours shot up by to 1,200 rubles by the 70s. Yeah, market is dynamic. If you're building a lot with steel, then the steel price is also going to go up higher. But we were lucky that our coal and iron prices are relatively low. Okay, we're at the storage. That means the next delivery of wood is going to go to that storage instead of the customs house, waiting until fully unloaded and then loading boards, however many there are, and then selling those at the border. Gulag earning money? It's earning money, it's not making a profit yet though. We're having a lot of prisoners now. We're at the cusp of another death spiral because of all the escapes, but I think I put enough wardens in now to hopefully prevent that. And more prisoners can make their way into the next prison, which is going to run the sawmill. Having only one prison bus is very inefficient, but we only have one prisoner, so it's fine. Because this one will work, and as soon as he's done working and going through his free time, the prison bus is going to pick him up again. Perfect efficiency. Except, of course, we don't have any resources yet. And this should work reasonably well. And the first time we are not going to load a lot of boards, because I've told it to not wait until loaded, because that doesn't make sense. So it'll bring some wood, it'll leave again and wait until loaded, and the next time it arrives there should be a lot of boards to pick up. So the first delivery is probably not going to be an ideal one. But we have to supply some wood to get it started, basically. I guess we can send the first one out. It's not a full load, but it'll get it started. We should also stop the personal car route bringing workers to the rail construction office, because there's no more rail construction ongoing right now. And your route in a depot? This one. Thank you. Let's take a ride in the train, see what it looks like. It is a big locomotive. We're running at normal game speed now. 40 kilometers an hour. Every road vehicle but the slowest dump trucks are faster than us. It's a very bumpy ride. Alright, let's speed it up to fast speed. And also I need to remove the grass from the train tracks because it looks silly. Can't see it from here. There it is. Okay. Looks peaceful, yeah. You couldn't tell that it was a gulag from just looking at it. People are becoming unhappy again, because this doesn't have electricity, I think. So there's not enough sellers to satisfy the demand of the shoppers here. We have to build up the power, this electric substation. That was an empty free gas station that we didn't need anymore. Okay, all resources are present, just build it up and then hopefully the grocery store is gonna work well. Still need the meat storage to make it work perfectly, but for now I guess that's gonna be okay. Not really, I think all the shoppers from this area that are not able to buy meat might go to the closest grocery kiosk and put a little bit of a load on it. We do have the road connection to the alcohol kiosks. So these ones can now also receive some supplies. I don't need a distribution office going to the courthouse. Good. And yeah, prisoners now cutting down the boards. There's 2 prisoners now. As soon as one finishes working and has gone through their free time, they'll be picked up again immediately. But with only 1 prisoner bus, there could be an issue where the other one also returns. Yeah, they're both now going through their free time at around the same time. Maybe they'll get picked up at the same time, I don't know. Would be cool. Yep, both got picked up. Nice. I guess this way we might... This might work well. Because they will always finish working at the same time and always be picked up at the same time. Okay, no more people picked up for the rare construction office. This should be the last few workers. Now the first personal cars here. Oh, they have a different route. Okay, I did not change it for all of them, but it split the route up for them, so now it's corrected. Sawmill is currently not keeping up. Prison labor a little bit inefficient. The train will wait until unloaded, so it's not going to move until it has at least completely unloaded all its wood. So it will wait for the sawmill. I hope we get more prisoners here. I could move some over to try and optimize it. I will need another prison bus or two at that point. It doesn't need to be large ones. Sawmill prison to sawmill, please. Okay, let's see how we do with 12. Hopefully next time it'll have a lot more resources to pick up. These babies are slacking. Well, they're not babies anymore when they're in prison. Okay, maybe we need a few extra workers here. This looks dangerous. Limitation went already to 50%, which means the chance to solve here is quite low. But yeah, this seems to be a good amount of workers so far, before the train gets back here. I might have to make the train longer again, but I don't think so. This hasn't run full yet, so we should still have room. Only downside is that these logging camps are not working when the storage has run full. So we need, how much was it? 400 tons of room? 402 tons. 185 plus whatever's inside this. 245. If we're down to 245 tons of wood, the train can come in, unload, load, and be gone without having to wait. So we need more workers, I think, because the train will be fully loaded soon. It's gonna have to wait a bit at this rate. I could set up a low quality rural flat right next to the prison, so the workers are right next to it. I think I'll do that. This would be for prison workers only. Could give them a better house, I guess. But do I care that much? Not really. They should have electricity though. They do have that, okay. And all of the people living here will be told to work in the prison first and foremost, and then after that, if it's full, they can go somewhere else. Bin? It's such a small building, I don't know. It can reach the bin, yeah. Can it? It should be able to. We'll see. Bin check. Yes, bin check successful. 122 meters to the large bin once it's built. Whoever gave that permit to build that house next to a cargo rail line need a job at the sawmill, yeah. Well, they got sent to prison for that. Don't have a gas station in the area, so they have to go all the way to this one currently, which is unacceptable. The prison buses must be efficient. How fast are the trucks on the asphalt road? 38 kilometers an hour, that's like almost gravel speed. 2/3 of a gravel speed. That's fine. Okay, sawmill needs to run faster, I think. Okay, first load done. Now the sawmill can prepare for when the train gets back. So far I don't think we need the extra logging camps. Or keep them on hold. Maybe once we have enough workers to run the sawmill at a fast speed, we can supply extra resources via logging camps, and then we can try the extra logging camp pushing resources into the first one. But for now the train is enough, it looks like. Until we up the amount of prison laborers inside the sawmill itself. Happiness down to 55%. What is going on? Uh, 52%. No sport. Culture, tavern, hospital. Same for this one, some general unhappiness. I think we're losing a lot of people due to the pollution. Let me get some of the university students into the work life right now, because they should just do stuff. We still have 25% highly educated workers, that is okay. But we got a lot of extra workers now that can do stuff. They were all just not doing anything and chilling, and probably increasing the general unhappiness of like so many students just not getting anywhere. Because the research isn't done yet. We're halfway there though. Next winter. Next winter it should be ready. One worker. Well, that's not going to do a lot. We don't have the warehouse set up yet. No food safety. I do need a bin in this area, I think. Yeah, can't reach any other one. Very rough terrain here. Still no profits. I'm now hoping for the brick factory to maybe make that work for us with the next settlement. So the gravel would probably be on hold unless the gravel price went up even more. Because gravel would need a pretty large train to export. No, it's going down again. But the brick price was kind of ridiculous. The brick conversion price from coal to brick. I think it went down a little bit. Maybe we checked it during the price spike that it had. Yeah, maybe exactly at that moment I checked it. I don't know. It might not be as dramatic. I have to... Let me recalculate it, just to see if I made a if it was in that moment exactly when the price suddenly was higher, and I used the old price for coal and the high price for brick. It was 33 tons of coal times buy price 19.34, 638. Back then I had 800, and the brick price was 51 tons times sell price 33.7. Back then I had 33. No, I had 51. So it's 640 for import and 1,700 for export, which is the same. So the brick factory is going to be built before the gravel production. Happiness still going down. Oh, more sellers here, I guess. There should be more sellers. If they can't get through the queue for buying clothing and electronics fast enough, they don't have time to visit a culture building or anything else. So we have to keep the queues at a reasonable level. And sometimes there's busloads of people arriving here trying to buy clothing. So I guess we have to have a larger base workforce inside our small store. I think our population dropped again. Yeah, we're having a death spiral, a silent death spiral basically. Why? Food. At least this thing has electricity now. Still doesn't have the meat storage, unfortunately. It might be the kiosks. Maybe the kiosks are not working well. I mean, there's only 2 food kiosks. Wait, I built another alcohol. Okay, sure, we have 2 alcohol kiosks on that side, that's fine. A third one here, and then a food kiosk down here. What's the average productivity? 60. Less than our prisoners. Thank you for the follow, Vavis. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Lack of meat, orphan upbringing, alcohol, low government loyalty, starvation, culture. You blame that? Well, it's a side effect. We have low productivity because they're unhappy, and then they're getting more unhappy because of the low productivity. It's basically keeping itself locked down like that. You blame the evil babies? It's a spiral. That is definitely a death spiral in the making, yes. We'll move some more students into houses so they get to work instead. No need to have them study if we need workers. How's the other settlement doing? That one is doing okay-ish. There's still one house with low happiness, but there's not that many people living in it. The rest is okay, too bad, but yeah. One escape. Unironically, I think we can exercise the evil babies if we had more reason to replace the alcohol need. More religion. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna give them... It's terrible. Try and increase their sports enjoyment and happiness, I guess. And a little bit of culture. Quick check on the temperature. Temperature looks fine. How much do we have right now? 150% of the building. The large heating plant can supply like 205 cubic meters, 200 cubic meters, so we're like getting close to its capacity. But we're holding during winter, which is nice. Prisoner work efficiency can go over 60, yes, if they're happy and loyal. But we don't give them any happiness and loyalty because our wardens aren't really happy and loyal. So the loyalty is shrinking down to 0 and then they are just stuck at 60%. We would have to boost loyalty with a radio station to make that work. Oh my god, so many patients. Make sure the clinic is staffed. Oh god, I'm starting with the assignment of individual buildings, which is like basically the start of when things go wrong. But please treat our people, thank you. I guess I should also use my newly found knowledge of telling them to go to the clinic, never to the bus stop, like 9-1. Go to the clinic, then go to other buildings and never go to the bus stop if you can help it. He's just like you, for real? Lost 2 runs in a row? Yes. I'm a beginner. We're still learning the game, alright? We're getting to it. I'm not saying you're a beginner. That's not what I meant. Sorry, 8011, there we go. Now we should have enough workers in the House of Culture as well. Two prisoner escapes already. Not looking good. You will work inside here. And then go to other buildings after. We don't need to have workers go to the bus platform. Crap. Crap. No pedestrians by foot, thank you. Otherwise they would have walked into the sawmill and done some work, which it is unacceptable. You're on try 9 in 130 hours. Nice. I mean, this is unnecessarily difficult, but that's why we're doing it. If it fails, it fails. It's fine. I didn't expect a death spiral to be the reason, but we are playing with fire, with a lot of prisoners trying to run our republic, so it could go wrong at any moment. With overflowing police stations, for example. Restart on populated map if it fails. Oh god. Use the churches. If this run is over, I think I would take a little bit of a break from workers and resources for like a week or two. I think like a week, because I think during my vacation in 2 weeks, if it happens, I would be playing more workers and resources. But next week might be a little bit of a chill time. Especially since work is going to be a little bit more stressful. Use the churches. I have no experience with using churches. Except I think in my first game when I played with like basic settlements, I started building next to one and then it died out and I was like, ooh, better don't do that anymore. So I just built new settlements and stole all the people from existing towns. They're working well for you? Okay. Maybe. No need for booze. That is probably also an expense that we could save up on, yeah. Alcohol last year. And it's only 7,000. Same happiness, yeah. I mean, any money saved would potentially push us into profitability, I guess. Every penny counts. It's also the pub workers. True, true. The church just works. Why are they not sending more workers here? Probably all the building assignments getting in each other's way. Oh god, we're at 51. Where do we lose happiness right now? 49%. Uh-oh. 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 Not good. Maintenance during winter. Fight it. Fight it. Get people with high efficiency. Fight it. It begins. You have to survive. Evil Babies won, very sad. It's still positive. It's still over 0 degrees. We're at minus 46. This is the lowest it can get. We're still holding. It's holding. Come on. Fight it. We're only at 70% production because of the maintenance. Come on. Hold. Stop going down. Finish the reconstruction. Okay, so our settlement is okay as long as we don't have to do building reconstruction during winter. Then we are in trouble. But we're not dropping below 0, which is good. So it's just gonna freeze a few people a little bit. I mean, it's 10 degrees, it should be fine. Okay, we're almost through. Oh man. Maybe a second substation? Maybe. Productivity is going back up. Very good. Oh god. Everyone got really unhappy. Not sure if the substation is enough. Reconstructing heating plant seems like a fun way to lose. Hey, that's the first time. That's not the first time it happened. So, but back then I didn't have any challenges going. Yeah, we might have to set up some additional heat exchanger over here. Okay, temperature's low is going away. Ah, man. Scheduled reconstruction work for important buildings could be a cool thing, but I mean, this is only relevant because we don't have a lot of money. Now imagine if we ran out of money and we didn't realize. That would be horrible. Because then it just takes like a few days and everyone's dead. Okay, we need to repopulate. We need to have a safe amount of money. Check the heat water tank real quick. Buildings were still flickering. Oh, they're flickering at 80. Sure. Can we prioritize this? I don't think it helps. It's still at 16 degrees interior temperature for the prisoners. At least they're not complaining about temperature as much. I can't keep spending money this way. Okay, so maybe that last building was too much to run the additional prison. Now we have a lot of shopping opportunities for buying food and meat. Do they then skip out on the kiosks? I guess they could use the kiosks in case there's like maintenance happening. So we have the kiosks as a backup. I will set the grocers to like 10. Maybe not. No, not this one. This one also deals with the bus stop. Lots of reconstruction in progress. Are we? No, we have a lot of workers here. There's one house set to bring people to the bus stop. This one, I think that's okay. It should help with the reconstruction of things and the construction. Since this settlement was not affected by happiness issues, maybe it was a heating thing. Maybe we are just not getting the information that heating goes low and then causes a spiral. But if the heating plant is running, even with maintenance, it seems to be alright, so maybe that additional heat exchanger is what we need. I would set it up, I think, somewhere. We have 4 houses here, we have 2 houses on this side. I should set it up somewhere on this side because we have the heating plant here. Or I should set it up next to the prison because it was running at 16 degrees Celsius. Or I set it up down here. What if I set the heat exchangers up right next to the heating plant? Doesn't really improve the heat production, but it improves the stored amount of heat in the area with a very short heating pipe. I think I'll set it up here. We'll have to get the heating pipe along. I'll flip this around so I don't have to make too much of a corner. And the footpath to the left, because this is a temporary road that will not be here much longer. This might work. Okay. Oh, it's minus 41 degrees again. I guess that's maybe a way to check it right now, after maintenance is done. 82, 84. Yeah, I think having the extra heating in this area might be a good idea. Life expectancy here is 52%. So I think they suffered the most from the heating outage, and then it just snowballed into the settlement. No pun intended again. Sorry about that. Yeah. Underbuilding heating capacity is an issue. But it looks like prisons can deal with a lot less heating. The prison didn't complain at like 16 degrees, so... Sorry. I'm making unintentional puns and I'm realizing when I'm making them how bad they are. At least the prison kept running and we didn't have a lot of prisoner escapes, but the amount of prisoners has been dropping significantly, which is not great. We're also down the highly educated workers a lot, and people are dying because of it. Shut down the university. Send people to the clinic to work. Need more evil babies. Shutting down the university is not a good idea. We should finish the research. 21%. Ugh. This research is taking so long. We're already sending extra workers to the clinic. Maybe we need another clinic. I mean, this is from the heat death spiral. The lack of heat death spiral, I guess. So this might sort itself out again. But another clinic would also help solve it faster. That baby didn't make it. "15 highly educated workers will be enough to run the clinic. We need 5 per shift times 3. Seems like it's sorting itself out. So yes, we had a lack of heating. We'll see if the new heat exchanger will help. Wait, do we get prisoners? Do we get like patients delivered by bus as well? Visit doctor. Wow. What's happening here? Not enough doctors. I see. Not enough highly educated people in this area too, so all the people went to our other settlements' doctors and overloaded it. So we need more highly educated people. Do I build the party HQ here with 5 professors and 5 staff? I don't want to. So yeah, there's like busloads of patients arriving here, and that's why there's so many. The settlement itself should be fine, it's just the buses. So we ran out of highly educated workers in this area, is what you're telling me. I moved in 30 extra, but these ones didn't want to... I guess they worked in the police station instead? Didn't want to work in the clinic. Why are you not working in the clinic right now? There's a doctor, sport. Okay, not too many, only one person trying to visit the doctor on the bus stop. That is better. Yeah, the settlement should be able to deal with 3 doctors, as long as we have enough doctors, that is. There was a very unproductive doctor inside the clinic just now. Still 53 life expectancy. 53. The pollution is now killing off everyone because of how heavy the heating plant is running. All right, speed up the research. No students until this is done. We're 3/4 of the way. I don't want to work on relocating the heating plant. Oh man, we spent so much money on migrants. And then we still lost money in that month, in addition to that. It's unfortunate. I would have to build up with like a lot more safety nets, but I would also have to build up with a lot more citizens in mind. Like, I don't think we can do this slow development I think we have to set up for like 1,000, 2,000 people with the first settlement. A large heating plant that can supply the settlement and maybe an additional village or two. And then try and work from that. So we would plan for enough people for a large heat exchanger. Yep, we used up a lot of rubles, but our loan capacity only went down by 200. We were at 2.6, 2.5k, 2 million. So we used a little bit extra because of the migration, the extra migration that we needed. But this is dangerous. I think the settlement has the most issues because of the pollution. And I'm not sure if the clothing factory with the prison together with the heating plant is making the settlement survivable right now. I think I will have to move the clothing well, I don't know if the clothing factory also will have reduced pollution. Alright. I'm going to put a cut in here for now. Next time we will have to think about relocating the clothing factory maybe further away from the residential areas. We will have to think about maybe replacing the heating plant with a large shared one between the two settlements in the middle of it. That could solve the pollution issues if we have a shared heating plant. And it shouldn't be too far away to run with just one heating pipe into the settlement and then one large heat exchanger. We'll do that if the pollution reduction research doesn't help the settlements. We're at 54 life expectancy. We're losing people faster than we're getting new ones, basically. If you're below 60, you're just losing population because of that, I think. But yeah, we'll have to see how the pollution reduction research helps us next winter and the winter after that, and then have to make a decision. But for now, I'm going to take a break because I need to get some food. And I think I'll be back later today with some more plutocracy, because I'm enjoying that game a lot too. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. We will be raiding over to Wushel VR, who is currently building a Lego not Lego set. Unlicensed Lego. So it's a real live stream, if you're into that. If not, that is fine too. You might be not having a lot of trouble finding workers and resources streams if you want to. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you all the best. Good rest to your weekend, wherever you are. Take care everyone, all the best. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time. Or maybe I'll see you later. Bye bye.